Right, let's start. So, yesterday, I was trying to figure out how to do automations in Howcode, which is my fancy desktop client. I'm going to be using it, so you'll get to see all of it. And then I figured these automations can actually be Pi extension. So that's what we're gonna be working on later. But first things first, I am gonna rework one of my extensions a little bit. So I've got a monorepo with some extensions, skills, and basically like an oh my pi package, if you're into that kind of stuff. And I had a chat yesterday with one of my Discord mates, and he suggested doing some work on one of them, because one of them does like a subagent review kind of a thing, where you put in /command-review and you kick off a subagent that compares diffs and basically does anything a review subagent could do, and spits out suggestions that then your main agent instantly picks up on and works on them. So what I was doing with it is I was running a review loop, and loop not as in a Ralph loop, that was a manual loop. So I would go through a review pass and type in /review again, and that's fine. But it could be more user-friendly. And I also have an extension called AutoTrees, where you set a /marker and then it records that marker. And when you have a chat with the agent, then you /end, the chat gets summarized, and the marker advances, and then you can chat and you can end again, and like it's a never-ending growing session that never goes out of context. So the whole idea is that I do like my monitor is a bit off. Where was I? I like the idea of trees in Pi or in any coding agent, but I absolutely hate going into them. Let me show you. Resume. It's probably no sessions in current folder. Let's go to all. It's going to take a while. Okay, a lot of messages. So if you go to the tree, holy cow, that's a lot. And then you need to figure out which point you want to go to, and kind of do everything manually. But this whole marker /end thing is supposed to avoid ever getting into that tree functionality while still taking advantage of it, because it's fully registered within that tree workflow. You just never have to open it and you can continue the conversation. So that made me think that a review could also be some sort of a loop in that fashion. Haha. Hello, Cloven Price. Yeah, obviously Expedition. I just can't. I have to every day. Well, it's the AI generated chill version, but yeah, we're chilling. Yeah, so that extension, the review extension could also be a loop, because when you get to a point in a session where you start reviewing in a loop, like you do one review after another review after another review, because the subagent never actually spits out all of the errors, then you're growing the session constantly. So I figured if you do /review loop command, I could integrate that summarization with the session, with the review feature. So you could go, you could just run it in a loop, like implement the fixes, and then whenever you type in a review again, it goes back to the original point, and you just keep iterating while the agent gets a summary of what's been achieved during the previous loop, without polluting the context with, I don't know, some research and stuff. Why I don't like running it as a Ralph loop that's like infinite or like goal kind of a situation, it's because sometimes, most of the time, Clankers actually mess up the review pass, and you need to double check everything manually if it still works, etc, etc. And if maybe the review suggestions were too nitpicky or something like that, and you end up with something that you didn't actually want. If you were to run it in a loop without user supervision, then you would end up with slopware, basically, and a lot of over-engineered stuff and really nitpicky edge cases that, like, you don't really need to account for. Like, if I'm working on a GUI desktop app, then yeah, technically some stuff might be correct from the code point of view, but if the user is never actually able to trigger that edge case, why complicate the code and account for something that is not user accessible, if you know what I mean? So yeah, this is why you don't run Ralph loops in general for things like that. But yeah, having some sort of a control over a review loop would be nice. So yeah, going back to that monorepo, I have the odd trees here, and I have where are we? There we go. I have this extension, and I have this extension. And since these are my extensions and I'm using it and I'm developing them for myself to get out of my way as much as possible, then turning it into some sort of a coherent ecosystem makes sense. And this is why I've got them in a monorepo, because I can have the agent, oh, look at this extension, look at that extension, blah, 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 and figure out how they work together, but also make them standalone. And that's what we're going to be doing. So yeah, a fresh session on a dev branch, and let's maybe dictate. Familiarize yourself with the subagent-review extension and autotrees extension. Read all of the code thoroughly. And this is the ultimate way to actually kick off a any session. You just need to tell the agent to first look at the files and then start working. And that's another extension of mine. It decided it would probably need bigger reasoning budget for it. So there we go. We're just letting it clank. It's gonna read some files. There we go. Fantastic. And now let's use the auto trees extension. I'm actually gonna clear this. Marker. And I don't have it surfaced in the UI yet, but in the CLI you would have marker set. And now let's actually tell the agent what we want. So where do I begin? I should have been dictating what I just said. We want to introduce a review loop sort of a situation in the agent extension and take some inspiration from the auto trees feature. So instead of setting a generic marker, we want to be setting a review marker. So when the user puts in /review /review loop, it would set a marker, and then the review would kick off and proceed as normal. And that must result in a situation where when the user implements the review pass and keeps chatting to the agent, and then decides they're done, and they put in another /review, pi automatically goes back to the review marker, summarizes what's been achieved, and then the review subagent kicks off from the incremented and summarize point of the conversation. Am I making sense? Let me know if you see any issues with it and if it's doable, and most importantly, if we can differentiate standard marker and the review marker, because I would like these extensions to be able to work together in a session without conflicting. Right, let's read a little bit. So instead of setting, we want to for whatever reason, dictation on my system sometimes swallows up letters and I can't figure it out. So let's not confuse the agent too much. We want yeah, not all of it. Yeah, I think it's close enough. So, oh, that was fast. Basically, one of the most powerful things you can ask your agent at the end of whatever prompt you've given it is to ask it if you're making sense. Not only because when you're dictating, you are most of the time rambling and not making sense, and it's nice to read the re-summarized kind of a thing. But also, sometimes depending on what the agent saw, it might not make any sense based on the code that's already existing. So yeah, let's see what is spat out. Yes. 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 Okay. Well, if both were in session. Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Missing marker entry. No need for warning the user or anything. Just kick off the normal review. Void the focus feature. Is this a part of the extension already, or did you just make it all up? Anthropic sub. Yes, back when it was legal. I generally dislike Anthropic models, but I did test it. It worked fine. It was. I think the biggest difference comes from the system prompt and the tools that you given it. So my gut feeling was that it was less confused about its own environment than in Cloud Code or Open Code, just because the system prompt and everything was cleaner. But I still had the exact same issues steering it. So yeah, a little bit of a tangent, but since you asked, basically my issue with Anthropic models is they try to guess your intent too much. So it would never actually do what I wanted it to do. With Gippity, like all the 5 versions just do exactly as they told, and they progressively go get better at guessing what you want to do. Still hearing a pi removed Gemini CLI. I think I'm not sure because I don't have access to Cloud Sub. But from what I understand, you can still use it with third-party software, but then you're basically using up credits. So technically, there's no reason to completely disable it, but implementing it in a way where it doesn't use your overage credits is kind of illegal. I don't know. I honestly lost track of it because it's so messy and nobody knows what's going on, and it might change in a couple of weeks. so I don't know. I don't like bashing on Anthropic for what they're doing, because they do have a point. Like the whole Cloud Code situation is because they want to cache everything. They're caching the system prompt differently, so the inference is cheaper for them, from what I understand. So yeah, I am not exactly against Anthropic for doing what they did, and I'm not exactly against Anthropic for not open sourcing Cloud Code because of that. because if everyone was running a fork, then they would lose the whole advantage coming from cache and subsidization. There's a lot of other perhaps shady practices that come into it, like telemetry and blocking OpenClaw and all that jazz. But yeah, I kind of understand them. What I don't like about Anthropic is just how their models work. I just don't get them. I think like I had more success with Gemini 3 Flash. If OpenAI banned Pi, that was yeah, this could happen. Like if OpenAI stops being the good guy and realizes, oh shit, we are actually losing a lot of money because of that, then yes, we are all doomed. But in a way, I think it's gonna happen eventually. Either way, I think we're quickly headed towards a situation where we're just gonna have to use local models or open source models, and then rely on other providers, not just the first party providers. Like I honestly don't know if you guys remember when Cursor got so much backlash for switching how they are counting their quotas and stuff. And when I look back at it now, they were just the first ones that did those things correctly, and they didn't want to over subsidize anything, so they just started counting things differently, and then everyone followed. And I kept telling people, like, yes, stop using open code hacks for GitHub Copilot, because even if they are counting by requests, they are not only counting the requests, they might be limiting your quotas based on requests, but they do know very well how much tokens you're consuming. And this shit is gonna end. If you create a hack that counts an entire session as one request, you are making it worse for everyone. Not today, not tomorrow, but in a couple of months. And guess what the hell happened, right? We don't have request-based usage on GitHub Copilot anymore. Maybe we have right now, but it's gonna change very soon, right? So yeah. Good tangent. I feel like people are very emotional about those things, and most of the takes are very clickbaity. I don't hate Anthropic. I hate the PR legal department, but not and how they communicate. Like poor Thoric and Boris have to deliver those news, but it is what it is. It's a business. No corporate and no AI lab is your friend. And I don't know. The minute OpenAI gets a little bit shitty with how they're managing things, I will just try to find a better solution. And we will all be doing that, and it's just going to be a never-ending loop of, oh, this is the most user-friendly provider right now, and yeah. Okay, back to the extension. So it does look like the concept is good, and it all tracks. Extra credit. Okay. So my take is, if review loop is detected and the first word is loop or loop or any weird casing, whatever, we just strip it out of the prompt completely. Doable. Very good. Let's implement all of it. Sorry about that. Housemates and kitchen. Yeah, Copilot getting better. I don't know. I think it's generally just gonna get worse. I'm sorry, it's generally gonna get worse. And I don't know. I think the OpenAI and Microsoft split might make it a little bit better. No, I don't even think it's gonna make it better. I think the whole idea is that there isn't gonna be a GPT subsidization on Copilot anymore, so they are gonna have to bump up the price of using GPT models. The price is never lower. Whether you're talking about like quotas or stuff like that, there's always a catch. I wish that wasn't the case. What I want from any of these providers is like back in the days where we had a recent GPT-5 Codex MIDI model, or like Claude Haiku, but just for coding, reinforced, learned the hell, or like even pre-trained from the base on just coding. And I want to say whichever provider makes it a standard release loop where they always have a most up-to-date version that is trained on coding, not real-world knowledge, none of that bullshit, then I'm just gonna switch to it instantly. Okay. Nice. Give me a command that will run this extension. No other extensions and skills. It should be pi. No extensions. Path. Apps. Path. Or something like that. I can never remember how to type it. Okay. Okay. Write a simple Python calculator script that I can run. Review loop. Okay. Have fun, mate. What you playing? Please don't tell me James Bond. I really want to play it, but I'm worried it's not going to work on Omachi. And then I'm going to be like, I should have waited for a discount. So we do review loop. Not a valid object name master. Let's see what the problem is here. I've never seen that before. I never had any issues. Interesting. That's not one. No, it's further. Reload. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Let's confirm the extension flow when on. I am not sure if we are reviewing correctly when the Git repo is clean. Ish. I am assuming when the repo has been initialized and maybe even uncommitted, we should just be reviewing the state of the repo as it is. Yeah, so this extension relies heavily on Git, so it is expecting some commits to actually exist. I don't think I've ever used it in a non-Git repo or in a state where something wasn't committed. There we are. So what it does is it runs a pre-compaction / summarization agent that grabs the session context. You can switch it up, but I found it working really well, because then the review sub-agent gets information about your architectural decisions. And oh yeah, this is how it works. And I have something else to add to it, but there's quite a lengthy prompt to explain to the main agent that this is not a user message, because what they tend to do is they treat those messages very authoritatively, and they would just implement whatever the review sub-agent told them to do, and that can be a little bit of a problem. Okay then, commit. Okay. Okay. Another bug exposed. So let's do it like that. Yeah. Oh, debug. No, I don't want any debugs. So my main issue with this right now, and I think it exposed another unrelated bug, because the loop feature is working correctly. What is not working is that for whatever reason the extension doesn't account for clean slates. So I asked the agent to commit and then run a review loop, a review command, and it only reviewed the latest commit, changes since the latest commit, which there were none. Instead of reviewing against master in that case. So we probably need to master or whatever parent branch. So we probably need to create a situation where if there are no changes between current state and the commit, then we review against the branch that originated the commit. If it makes sense, let me know. So this rectangle is a fancy script for Omochi that basically takes a screenshot within that rectangle and captures your dictation, so you don't have to mark anything up. You can just grab whatever is in your system, and then you have an image alongside instructions that you dictated, and you can then paste it anywhere. And if you want that script, this is where it's at. I didn't want it to do that. I didn't want it to do that. Too many buttons. But yeah, that's the address. That is the address. Ba-ba-bum. As you saw, it needs a little bit of a refinement because it doesn't block the scroll wheel while you're resizing the rectangle, but because changes path. Okay. I don't know how over-engineered a calculator can be, but it's a Gippity model. I'm sure it's going to find something. Thinking really hard, or it has... there we go. From latest commits. Okay, fine. Really good. Triage. Yeah, nice. Let's implement and commit. Let me fold this. I'm normally not running Pi without my Codex extension, so I'm confused about what it looks like right now. Fantastic. So let's do another. Yeah, good. Perfection, and let's just have a quick look at those summaries. Yep, this tracks. I would probably need to test it more, but I mean, if I have any more issues or weird edge cases, I just update those extensions instantly. Okay, this works. Let's commit. I have another thing I would like to change. The messaging around review subagent output, the programmatic bit could be tweaked and offloaded elsewhere. So what I do is the output from the review agent is just this, and the rest of it is added programmatically, and this is so the agent doesn't actually go instantly into implementation, and discusses changes with you, because sometimes those review subagents can be really pesky when it comes to finding edge cases that don't make any sense. So you need to build shit around it so it doesn't actually implement those edge cases, or like situations where you have actually discussed that you don't want feature A to be implemented in that way, and the review subagent still thinks it's got a better idea of what you want. So that prevents those kinds of things from spilling into the actual session. So the idea is that we would want the review to actually first send a preface kind of a user message that would contain the information. I'm about to start a review. Don't treat these messages as implementation. Don't go directly into coding. Let's first discuss these changes and triage them. Basically very similar to what we are adding programmatically, but I want this message to appear as the user prompt at the same time as the review is kicking off. So the whole thing is, I do not want to send the user message before the review output. I want them to be sent at the same time to avoid sending two messages to the API. Assess and look at Pi's codebase if this is possible, like a deferred sort of a user message. Yeah, because I found myself starting every review with I'm gonna start a review loop. Please do not implement. Let's discuss. And that's fine. But if you run more than one review loop, this gets diluted. So ideally, we want that message above the review marker, so it always stays visible in the context. Okay, does not exist. Mario, we need a deferred message. Okay, but at this point we are still sending to the whole turn to the API, aren't we? So basically what you're saying is we cannot change it, and it will not, how to say that? Like, it would basically be doing the exact same thing as we are doing now, just in multiple messages. Instead of prepending program. Yep. Okay. How do you work around that? So my question then becomes if it's possible for a review loop command to first send a user message that we are about to start a review loop, blah, 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 blah. Then after that message, set the review marker and then kick off the subagent. I don't think it does. Sure. Send some deep subagents into the monorepo because I am pretty sure we have some extensions that use custom or system messages that are visible in the session, are registered in the session to be visible by the agent, but also don't trigger a turn, and send one deep subagent specifically with that mission to Pi's codebase, because I am pretty sure there is a way to create a system message visible to the agent, but not triggering a turn. The pi directory with the actual code base is in /frameworks/pi-mono. I'm pretty sure I've done this kind of thing before. Yeah, shout out to Ben Davis for his BTCA work, because I've got basically a skill that is BTCA, but it's customized. So when I say look up some sort of a repo, it will clone it into my or try to find it in my /frameworks directory. And if I say that I'm working on my app, then it would look in /work directory. That's how I used to cross-reference my extensions before I moved onto an actual monorepo structure. Because this is nice, like, and now I can work on all of this as an ecosystem. And before anyone asks, those are the only two things I'm using subagents for. The review command and explore subagents, because I found that Clankers, any model, they cannot prompt subagents. They will not pass your intent correctly, and it's all lost somewhere. So if you're running an agent that is a worker agent that actually codes for you, not only you need a massively overbuilt structure where every subagent has their own work tree, etc., etc., because inevitably your main agent will use multiple worker coding agents and they will just constantly clash. But also you spend more time trying to review whatever the subagents did, and as I've already discussed, whatever is spat out by the subagent tool can be treated as the authoritative kind of a thing coming from the user. So the main agent never treats the subagents as if they might have done something incorrectly, or maybe they did whatever that you didn't want them to do, and then you have to revert basically everything and cherry pick and do whatever. So it's just a waste of time. And my subagents, my explore subagents, I've got two types. One is shallow, that runs on Spark, and deep runs on Gippity Mini. And these subagents have a in the tool description or the system prompt or whatever, they have guidelines that they should not be treated authoritatively. Well, I'm gonna have to come up with a different word for that. And the main agent has to actually read the files that they said are relevant and actually get the context for whatever the agent discovered. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Basically, the finding is that we will not be using a user message, we will be using a system message for the preface that this is a review loop, blah blah. Yeah, this is looking good. This is precisely what I wanted. We probably got too bogged down in the fact that it is supposed to be a user message. System message is fine, whatever. This doesn't matter, as long as it's a separate preface that is glued to the session above the marker where the review loop kicks in. And this is because I want it to be visible in a clear way in the context. You can expand the message a little bit because what you wrote is very non-verbose and you're just asking the agent to triage. It should include the information that the agent should keep in mind that some of these outputs will be depending on architectural decisions from the session, etc., etc. You can make it a little bit closer to what the current programmatic thing is in the extension. And your assessment about the follow-up message is good, but I do not want to send a message. I still want to programmatically append a message to the review subagent output that will just reinforce that don't go into coding, triage, and note any architectural decisions, etc., etc. So we don't want to get rid of everything completely. We just want that, let's say, double-edged, double hammer kind of an approach without bloat. Also, it's so funny, the review agent actually found issues with a simple Python calculator. Come on. So let's do this. Yes, it's committed. That's fine. Alrighty. Let's see. Review loop. So I'm assuming the subagent loop preface is only gonna be visible in the session once the subagent comes back. Hopefully it will be visible to the agent. And as you can see, it jumps straight into coding anyway. Small, okay, yeah, fine. did a regression test for a Python calculator. For crying out loud, Gippity. Okay. Is the preface message visible? Okay, good. Nope, we do not want this. This creates testware. And the appended message is slightly too long. We do not need to reiterate everything now that we have the preface. I have confirmed this works. I absolutely hate that. For whatever reason, Gippity has recently started just editing commits. Ugh. Amending commits, editing them, amending PRs, it's just ridiculous. Like, I could probably add it to my global agents MD or something. But having them edit a commit is just the worst thing they can do. Okay. Okay, very good. Now I am wondering if we can make it so if we can make it so the message is also appended on a non-loop review. If the system message is also sent on a non-loop review, but only once during the session. That would make it just cleaner. Comparing stuff. What are the changes here? I started reviewing code. It feels weird. But why I'm doing it is ever so slightly different, because I just want to see if during me working on something, it added maybe I had some sort of weird things spilling over from my previous changes on that branch, especially when working on dev. Not appearing. That's been, yep. Yep. Okay. So now what we want to do, looking good. Now give me a command to run pi with both the new version of the review extension and the local version of butter trees. This works for me. So now what we want to test is if the session markers work together. Okay, so I'm gonna add a marker. This works. Let's rewrite in Rust. Stop, but on a Rust branch. Because why not? And let's see if the review finds something really bad this time around. I would be expecting GPT 5.5 to actually one-shot a calculator, but who knows? Committed here. I'm just pinging my mate on Discord to tell him that I have literally just updated that extension to do exactly how we discussed it. Someone doesn't know about my skill. Okay. That's fine. I'll do it later. Because for whatever reason, OpenAI doesn't want to release the Codex Desktop app on Linux. I mean, there are probably very good reasons, but I've got a skill. Let me see if I can find it. I've got a skill that downloads Codex DMG and installs it for you on Linux. So you don't have to wait for anyone to rebuild or release any of it. You just download the DMG as it is and off you go. Theo said something about them possibly getting out of the electronic ecosystem, so this might be a little bit of an oh wait, what? Ah, it's not a gist. It is an actual repo. It is an actual repo. There you go. No goals needed, really. There are rumors they might be off Electron though, so I am unsure if it still works on latest. Yeah, I've done some really random shit. Okay. Another review. So I've noticed one thing, for whatever reason, it didn't show a branch summary. Maybe it is this branch summary. Yeah. So I'm just going to let it cook and then have a look if those markers, the slash marker is still present. It's a bloody calculator. How the hell do you have any errors and issues in this? But okay. Sure. Hidden tree marker review. So the review thing is working, and now let's see if the actual other extension also works with it. So by pressing end, I am going back to the marker I set before, so it's just summarizing and squeezing. summarizing and squeezing the rest of the conversation. Okay. And the magic is that you can still use Pi's tree feature if you really want to, and if you can actually navigate your sessions correctly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if any of you can, if you're really using coding agents for complex stuff. But yeah. So this is what the auto trees does. Okay, I have confirmed everything works. Do we have a commit for all of this, and is the README sufficiently up to date? Okay. So now I'm gonna run the old review. I don't think it will find anything because these are relatively simple extensions. But who knows? So yeah, now we're basically in a review loop. So I consider this a finished chunk of work. So I suppose we can summarize what we did. So the goal was to create a situation where you can review chunks of work without doing it in a single session, and summarizing and compacting it as it goes, because my subagent review extension would spit out findings to the agent, and if you run multiple reviews, all the tool calls, all the things you were trying to resolve, everything would always be piling up in your main session. So I have now introduced a /review loop command that helps you to compress, compact, and summarize your runs. Oh my god. Okay, that's my train of thought. Let's you go back to a cleaner slate and just give the agent back what was done during the review, so you can actually try to just fix it after the review, and then you kick off another review, but it's a clean slate that not only has the issues fixed, but it also has your architectural decisions summarized. How is that different from having a review subagent that just runs? I was using Codex Desktop for a while, and the main agent had real issues with spawning subagents, and no matter how hard I tried, it would either try to spawn a review subagent after every bit it did, etc., etc. I'm a little bit of a control freak, and I want my sessions to actually be interactive. So no real subagents, nothing like that. Oh my god. Oh. I think OpenAI is testing, A/B testing a different model, because it went through just doing the thing into commenting all the time, and as you saw, nothing has changed in my session, so I don't know. Okay, let's see what the findings were. The preface next level specific. So the reviewer is full of shit, and this is why you should always have control. So it says that always sends the loop preface. Okay. Market response. Fucking tests. Okay, so which of them did you address? Let's have it in one message. Yes, clarifying your response. Fix by making the preface neutral. Yep. What the hell is wrong? So slow. Suppressing later real look preface. Okay. Okay, this all makes sense. Committed. All changes ready for CI when I decide to push, etc. Hit one. Just did it in one commit. Fucking hell. Okay, can you output a summary, because I'm gonna be pushing and submitting a PR in a separate session. So if you could spit out a summary of what we did with the extension, so then it's easier for me to submit a PR. Is it transcribing anything? Or? My dictation uses Codex's dictation endpoints, so I am assuming if Gippity was slow like that, there might be some sort of an issue going on with dictation as well. Okay then, there was something else I wanted to work on. Skills. Skills. Let me show you. Let me show you which skill this is. Trust and continue. Where is this? This one, agent native hardening. So this is a skill I am using after every major change or before every major change. It basically tells the agent to make the code modular, avoid God files, God functions, extract files, extract things into smaller files. So for example, and it's been like that forever, if the agent reads a file, you will see that it mostly reads from a range. So if you start making a file that is 2000 lines of code, it will never get the whole thing. So if you keep it around 200-ish, 250 lines of code, it will probably read all of it, grab all the imports and realize it needs to read another file, or files plural, and it does result in more tool calls and everything, but the chance of failure is lower. So this skill basically does that. It reviews things and following that, it refactors into a more agent native code base. And the thing about this is, since I mostly work in TypeScript, it is a little bit TypeScript and JavaScript oriented. And it doesn't have to be. Agents can... I've done it multiple times where the agent was instructed to use that skill, but apply it to Rust or Python or whatever. And it didn't have any issues with it whatsoever. But since I have now published it as a package, I would like it to be more universal. And I'm just wondering, this could probably be a reference. Okay. Have a look at the REPL agent hardening skill, not the globally installed one. Read it thoroughly, and then I will have some suggestions. And this skill is based on a post from like half a year ago made by Numan Ali. You should follow Mr. Newman. Grok. No grok. Ha! Okay. You should follow Numan. He's a good dude. And he uses Claude. But other than that, he has very good ideas and shares very interesting posts. So yeah, at Numanali on X. Okay, so as you can tell, it's a bit JSTS oriented. Percentage wise, how much of it only applies to JSTS code bases? Nice. Okay. So the task is to rewrite the main skill.md description and body to be more language agnostic. We do want to use more universal names for things like any without calling them any. And then I would like a references JSTS-md file that is more JSTS specific. This file needs to be referenced in the skill body. Alrighty, let's see. Okay. And this one is a bit more universal, so you don't only have to use it with pi, or you can use it with pi and subagents. So the idea is that you can theoretically send multiple subagents to work on sections of the code base to make it more agent friendly. And there's also a codex compatible YAML file. Okay, JSTS. Okay. One change I would like to make is that following an inspection pass and during the recommendations phase, I would like you to include something about perhaps hardening the linting structures and perhaps updating to latest version of TypeScript. But this should only be a suggestion. You shouldn't be doing any of it unless the user accepts. And following those upgrades, while it is important to keep the repo principles, there can be no hacks that make the agent life easier by, like, again, ignoring something or applying obscure rules that will just make everything pass, or trying to avoid refactoring something because something. If the user decides to upgrade to latest principles, then the agent should just do it without questioning or hacking around it. REPL. Because this change needs to be there, because I can understand that some code bases will be a massive legacy brownfield or minefield, whatever you want to call it, and just batch updating to TypeScript 6 is just gonna blow it. Very nice. What other languages should we include in references? PHP? Interesting. So I'm I'm gonna do it in a pass marker. Let's start with Python. I don't get, but don't do it from memory. Do some web searching. I think that Python file should maybe include a suggestion to use UV instead of whatever. Let's make it easier for the clankers. To be fair, I could also include this in packaging, but packaging in JavaScript. But I don't think this is a good idea, because this is a lot more important these days due to security issues than trying to upgrade your linting procedures and stuff. Oh. I think I want to include this. And this is just gonna be slop. Web search, mate. Web search. Yeah, this is gonna be a slop, but I'm fully expecting that if someone uses that skill and has issues, just report them, and I will not this one. I will happily include blah 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 a skill, and then you put in what skill, and I will happily include any changes from people who are more Python savvy than I am. I just don't use Python unless it's a small script. Okay, Python done. Let's now add Rust. Use web search. Don't just go from your memory. And maybe this is where subagents would be beneficial. I could just spin up subagents for each of these languages. But we are not vibe swapping that hard. And I'm not sure if I want to include Java, if I'm honest. Because of how complex Java is. PHP doesn't need any of that shit. It's in training data. Ruby, I don't know if someone uses it, then they will add it. C# is also in training data quite nicely. Represented quite nicely. Syntax, okay, fine. And I'm doing this because I don't want these web searches to loot. Let's add Go now. Medium. Turns out Go might be more complex than Python and Rust. WebSocket. Okay, let's now add something to the skill to suggest that if the user is using a language that is not represented or the guidance from references is incorrect, they should consider submitting an issue to my repo via the link. The agent must never open the link by itself unless instructed by the user. Are we clarifying enough that if the suggestions from the skill do not apply to the language currently used, the agent is to infer best practices from the general rules? Let's see. Yep, all good. So one more important thing is that you should browse a little bit, web search for recent attacks and hacks on NPM, and come back with a short assessment of what we should include in the skill, so it's safer to use automatically without the user having to worry that they're gonna suddenly have compromised packages, etc., etc. So one of the things that would probably be important is that the agent should never just automatically update everything to latest, but you will know what I mean when you use web search. Please note that this doesn't just apply to JavaScript, but probably to any programming languages in the future, so this should be a part of the main skill. Okay, let's see what it... Okay, but I haven't seen Shy Alud or Mini Shy Alud in your web searches. Focus on 2026. 2026. Yes, good assumption. Hulud? I think it's the first time I ever typed that in. Please don't kill me, June fans. It said it updated it. Let's see. Never. Okay, I think this is fine. One more thing. How heavy is the skill when it comes to suggesting adding tests? It is very test heavy. I can assure you. Okay, so from experience, it is very text heavy, test heavy. Agents do love their tests. What we want to encourage is adding tests only where it matters, and preferably look at existing test package and assess how complex it is, and then apply a similar complexity pass. For example, if the user has an established test package, we do not instantly dismiss it as not good enough and add 25% more tests during the pass. We need to derive the complexity intent from the codebase. Yeah, because GPT loves tests, smoke tests, goblin tests, well, and then you end up with 200 tests for a small thingy. Okay, so I am assuming this will stop the agents from underscoring the test coverage, because when I was using that skill, I would sometimes just say, let's bring it up to 10 out of 10 on all scores, but keep tests lightweight. So would the most recent pass prevent me from having to explicitly prompt the agent again not to overtest things? Yep. Fantastic. Righty. I will submit a PR in a separate session. Can you ensure everything is ready for the CI as it is with this skill package? Then output a summary of what we did. I think I'm gonna make it a / command custom prompt. Then output a summary of what we did during this session, so I can easily copy paste it to the PR submission session. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. Okay, so can you inspect how Pi creates, how users can create prompt markdown such commands? The simple way, no fancy packages, and turn my previous turn into a such command like this. Let's name it "you're ready." So apologies, but if you clone and fork this pi stuff repo, you will have my / command, and you will have that skill as well, because it documents how I like my PRs and issues done, and it just has to be bundled, because if you ever try to submit a PR into my repo or submit an issue, then it's just going to be easier for the agent. Okay, let's see what it did. Close. Okay, close, but I don't believe the agent should, what was it? Inspect the changed files at this point. The content will be self-explanatory from the session info. We don't need full shebang. Just a summary on the current agent. Yep. do not git ignore it. Okay. It's a little bit of a long summary, but okay. I have updated 2 things in this repo. Please submit a PR against main. Check if all the CI requirements are in place. Ensure that we are correctly adding change logs to separate things in one main merges. See screenshot. This is how I want it. These are the 2 summaries. Oh, I'm hoping this gets saved. It didn't? Come on. That's a bug. Okay, let's do it separately. That's a bug in my app that I need to resolve. Can we check if main CI is set up correctly to output messages for releases like this? Last time I had to edit it manually. Okay, so wrapping up the whole skill thing. Generally, I do not like downloading skills from the internet, and I do not recommend downloading skills from the internet, apart from anyone. Apart from me. My skills are great. And I'm hoping you got a grasp of why those skills are perhaps slightly better than whatever slop you download from the internet. I didn't obviously create a skill from scratch, but I can assure you when I create a skill, I've got a skill creator skill that I have actually customized the hell out of it, working with agent. And the whole idea is that if you have a skill that is already somewhat correct, it's later easier to vibe slop it, and it's not going to be really a slop thing. And I'm hoping this demonstrates how you should be working while creating or editing a skill, and that is not the way that most people probably do it. They will just do this, do that, blah blah, yeah, whatever. Yes, I did use web search as my point of reference because that's kind of what you do. But the thing is, if I ever see that skill misbehaving, I am instantly gonna actually try to re-edit it, make it better. Hello, Yusuf. I'm alright. Just clanking. You good? Did you see the leaks again? Think it's coming. Yeah. So yeah, that's how we work with skills. and hopefully that gives you a little bit of a better framework to how you should be creating or editing your own skills. Okay, now about that CI. Yeah, rebase. Failing edits. Well, GPT's been doing all right. It did slow down to like 5 or 2 tokens per second at some point, but generally I had no WebSocket errors today or anything. Did you see? Did you see that short? Where is it? That short video I posted, where I think it's they are just A/B testing 5.6 at this point, because it goes from just doing the work in like I restarted the PC, so probably was reassigned a new model, and then it goes into spitting out messages, user messages all the time in between tool calls, and it's suddenly it's even more user friendly. Like, I don't know, it says it fucked something up, and like uses really casual language, so it's a lot nicer to talk to when it goes into that mode. But I generally dislike the idea that the model just switches its behavior completely mid-conversation. Even though you started using my extension, you had errors. I mean, I at this point, I don't even know what's the GPT experience on Pi without that extension, so I can't say anything. Asia. I don't know what the situation is with OpenAI and their global data centers and stuff. So I don't even know if they have like separate regional distribution inference points. But yeah, they are definitely doing something weird. It hasn't gone completely stupid on me today, so that's good. It did fuck up my MIDI controller at some point, and I was just like, mate, you were supposed to add one functionality to it so I can control the stream better. So I now have I've just realized it mutes the microphone as well, but I've now got a coffee break thingy, and while implementing this, it completely bricked LEDs, everything. So instead of starting at like 11 a.m, I started at like 12 because I spent an hour trying to unbrick my MIDI controller. Yeah. So a little bit dumb, but not completely dumb. Yes, so this is done. And now let's copy the summaries. Okay, I would like here to submit a PR against name. They do have separate regions, okay. I'm assuming UK either is from Ireland or London. Okay, answer against main. I have 2 summaries of work done, so you can construct a nice body. This is the first one. I'm not losing the prompt again. Fuck that. Send them over. Okay. Where was this summary? Yeah, WebSocket errors. WebSocket errors are everywhere. So a little bit of a plug. I've got an extension that basically forks Pi's responses provider, and it's generally pretty close. I haven't updated it for the latest version, but it works, as you can see. It replaces your toolkit completely, adds web search and replaces the tools, has image generation, including image editing. So the agent always has the previously generated or read image in the context, and it can edit it easily. But there's one thing that is completely different from standard Pi: the retry logic. So Pi has some weird stuff going on where it gives up on WebSockets quite easily. And what I've noticed is if you just retry a WebSocket, it's fine. It will resume in a WebSocket, either new or old. Pi flags a session as WebSocket dead, and then it continues on standard SSE transport, which is slower. And my extension just doesn't do it. It tries to resume a WebSocket and a cached WebSocket, I think 3 times, and then it tries SSE. Hopefully this works. I haven't had any issues with it, if you know what I mean. And if I have any issues and if I see any errors, I'm like, I cannot fucking work if it doesn't work. So I fix it instantly. Okay. PR summary you can reuse. Checks for funding. Great. And I've got the CI set up in a way where if one of the extension changes, the bumps are automatic and the change logs are automatic. Everything is fucking automatic. So expect issues. Okay. Sponsor button present, for fuck's sake. I thought I changed it. I have in my PR workflows, I have added a thing that ensures a sponsor button is always present, because you should sponsor your open source people. Like, I mean, I'm a special case because I don't have a job, so. So that's gonna cook. That is gonna cook. I don't think this one needs a review pass, but whatever. I'm just hoping it doesn't take 15 or 20 minutes. Oh, and so this, if you're not using Codex bot and you have a ChatGPT subscription and you're using Codex models, then you're doing it wrong. Like, yes, it's gonna be sometimes a lot of bullshit, but it's one extra layer of trying to prevent the bullshit that you might have introduced. So I always post a comment like this, because for whatever reason the detection doesn't quite work for me. I always post a comment like this, and I always say 10-20 issues if any, because if you don't specify and you just do please review this PR, it will spit out like 2 or 3 issues maybe, and you need to keep fixing and commenting again, etc, etc. Whereas if you tell it to maybe 10-20, it will never give you 10-20 issues. That's not the case. It will give you probably 5 at most or something like that, but it 5 to 10, let's say, but it will definitely give you more than if you were just to put in please review this PR. And what can I say? I did quite a lot of it. Oh yeah, Yusuf is asking if I have any idea what models the Codex bot uses. No, not a clue. And I swear it feels like a slightly different model every time. And I was trying to find it out. It never specifies. What I did notice is a week or 2 ago, maybe. Let me see if I can. If I can actually show you the difference. So the prompt is the same. The output looks like that. As you can see, it's not 1020. And then let's have a look at a more recent one. Then that one didn't have any issues. Okay. But I swear, the way it was outputting, I'm not gonna find it, but the way it was outputting the delightful, the way it was outputting the review messages has changed a couple of weeks ago. So instead of having these separate comments, it would issue consistently just one comment. So they are definitely tweaking it as they go. And most people just wouldn't notice any of it, just because, oh yeah, it's a review, I'm gonna copy paste it back to the Clanker and don't read any of it. Yeah, I don't read it either, but but I do notice the formatting. Okay, merge, squash, pray and spray. So the action plural should automatically bump up all the versions, publish a release log, and submit it to NPM. So with a little bit of luck, I will not have to troubleshoot any of it, and any changes to the extension or the skill that I made will simply be reflected in a new release. And if it fails, it fails. I've set it up like 2 days ago, and there have always been some issues with it. Ha! Of course. Once it works, it works. But there's always some sort of a weird edge case. Stop. Where are you trying to submit it? Can't we push it to main directly with no CI? Yeah, go. Up to you, just make it clean. So I can just rerun the workflow. I probably can, but let's have a check. Let's see. Maybe that debug was a bit too much, but run it again, spot out the same error. Then we run with debug. Is this something I need to do in? It's all a bit technical. Oh, the fuck, I ran it manually again. That's not the point. I mean, if it works, it works, but... Fantastic. Very nice. This all worked. Oh, okay. So it will be... will run... Should. Oh, yeah, okay. I think a should is good enough for me. Yeah. Okay, let's write an X post about what we updated. Use any copy of this, because obviously I have an anti-AI copywriting skill. Options. Yes, dry. All kinda close, but let's frame it around pi review borrowing from pi trees. Option 2 is good, but includes installation options and links to GH. I want a direct link to the hardening skill and to the extension and skill, as well as I install commands. Raspberry Pi. Really close enough. People of Pi. Yes, I am creating a universe of extensions, stealing from my own. I did say British English, you clanker. Yeah, sorry, a bit of plumbing. Why is this like that? Whatever. Bum, 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 bum. Also submit issues. Okay. There we go. Job done. Good shit. Can we now install this? Copy the new skill into my global installation. I am not using npm to install my skills. It just makes it easier for me to iterate. And I don't necessarily think you should be installing skills from skills.sh or npm, but if someone wants to do it, you've got an option. Okay, so this is done. This is done, which means I think I deserve a small break. And I will be back soon. Let's leave you. Let's leave you with this. Let's see if 5.6 is already out. No, this is just lottery. This is just Clanker lottery. I wouldn't judge output, especially in UI or even in code, because they might be really small differences between the models. What you do need to judge is how the model communicates with you. The vibes. Why am I not saying this is a new model? Because it still has this shit. And I don't know if it's a user comment or if it's just the UI. If GPT included this subheader over explanatory shitty subheader, then it's not a new model. Or they have not done good enough of a job to fix the UI issues. I don't have too many issues with GPT's UI skills. Yeah, bye Yusuf. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I don't think personally 5.4 has that many issues apart from the cards when it comes to UI. You can steer it to do whatever. The issues I see with it is it being over-explanatory, adding subheaders everywhere, and generally treating users like idiots when it's designing user interfaces or anything for that matter. But I don't think it's an UI issue. It's an issue with the model. SuperCloud framework. Sure. Satan. I'm wondering if this is AI generated. Oh dear. Yeah, there's some sort of a weird announcement from Nvidia and Microsoft about new chips, and I don't know what it is. I'm a bit terrified of what it is. Oh yeah, there it is. What's his face? Legendary Drops had a good take. And his take was, I don't know where it is, that it might be related to computing in the cloud. They're trying to introduce, hopefully not, but they might be trying to introduce some sort of a distributed GPU computing for games. So you will not only not own your games anymore on Steam, but you will also not really need to own the hardware, and it's not just GeForce Now or any other stuff. You will probably be encouraged not to own the hardware. And I don't know if it's good or bad. If the price is right, and assuming you have good access to the internet, I don't really care. I've got a 5070 that runs everything, and I specifically stayed on full HD because I wanted to last longer. I don't really need ray tracing or any of that shit, really. There are plenty of games that don't use ray tracing and they look absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Right, I think we are getting to the stage where we can work on the other extension that I advertise. So what I was trying to do yesterday on stream is I wanted to scaffold an automations layer for Howcode, for this app. And I've realized this is actually a Pi extension. So my automations are supposed to look very much like GitHub Actions, because whether we like them or not, we kind of, at least you guys, already know them. And the agents already know them. So there's no point trying to introduce a different format. So what I want to do now is I want to actually create a Pi extension that bundles a skill on how to write these automations for Pi. And allows Pi to run subagents in async mode that will run these automations based on your global clock. So imagine you're in a session. You can hook, obviously you can hook into many things into Pi. But you have a hook that runs on whenever you start a new session, and that hook runs a subagent in the background. For example, only if it's the morning, and only if it hasn't been run before in the morning, for example. And that subagent gets some context injected based on the Pi action YAML file, because I'm gonna be using YAML because that's what GitHub Actions are using. So yeah, and then it runs and does the thing, and then it spits out some information for you, and you can decide to inject it into the session or not. And yeah, there's gonna be I want to borrow some solutions from how Codex does automations, where every automation will have its own folder with the action and a markdown memory file, and every Pi session will also be saved in that folder. So you can really troubleshoot it, and you can really fine-tune the memory if you want to. And then the final goal would be to create a small script wrapper, because Pi doesn't currently allow you to launch. Pi doesn't have a server, and Pi doesn't allow you to pass custom parameters to it. So originally the Clanker was like, oh yeah, the users can run, I'm just checking if I'm unmuted, the users can run pi-action, name of the action, and I'm like, nah, mate, this is not how it works. So alongside that extension, and this would be optional, I think, because it's going to be hard to troubleshoot, I want to include a path wrapper script that you can basically run as a cron job, and this wrapper would pass the YAML or just as a prompt or something like that, and just let you run cron jobs with Pi, similar to automations / GitHub workflows. Now, the important thing is trying to figure out how to make it all work on a live project. Because, yeah, some automations will be non-destructive. The other ones can be destructive. So there's sadly work trees involved, because there's always work trees involved. But yeah, that's the plan. So, shall we? I do have a branch for this, and I have a, why doesn't it switch it correctly? Oh, it did. It just took a second. So let's have a look at this PRD. My mic is a little bit the way I monitor the sound in my headphones is a bit sensitive. So I heard a car outside, and I don't know if anyone else can hear it. Not you. Yes, packages. Pi actions. Yeah, so as you can see, this is all great. Oh, yeah, okay. This is all great, but I don't think it accounts for the work trees issue I just described. I have had a look at the PRD, and I think it's got one issue that we are not covering, and that issue is destructive actions. So if the user has a live project then we sort of need to create some sort of a work tree situation. Am I correct, or is it hidden somewhere in the markdown? Ah, fuck it, no tool gating. No tool gating because that's gonna introduce too much complexity and will probably not work with some people's setups. And we're just gonna gimp the agent's ability to do stuff. What should be included instead is the workflow. The action should have some sort of a field that says whether it's read-only or destructive. And based on the destructiveness, what we have to do is we have to check out, create, and pull the latest version of whatever branch is specified. And then create it within our hidden folder. Okay, this looks good, but did you add safeguards, specific safeguards to that should be passed to an agent, that it is absolutely not meant to go out of their working folders and perform any actions on the main folders, and it's supposed to only work within its directory? And also at the same time, I don't believe working on a current state will automatically work. We should always be creating a work tree in the background and calling it accordingly, because the user might be I'm just wary of the agent switching branches while the users are working or something like that, or let's say maybe the maybe when an automation runs, it needs to be it needs to have a historical record at what stage of the code base it was run. So I don't think we can actually do it without work trees. make me an automations extension, make no mistakes. So that's basically the difference between vibe coding and agentic software engineering. You just need to fucking think about every edge case. Like, yeah, if I'm making an extension just for myself, which I am, then I don't really have to account for most of those things. But if I want to publish it, Jesus Christ, I don't want to delete anyone's code base. Okay, this is looking good with one caveat. How do we account for repositories that are not Git for whatever reason? Do we just fail? Probably not. Or do we encourage, or not really encourage, do we programmatically copy the entire state? But that's not going to work, because if the user, for example, wants to run an automation in the downloads folder, copying the entire folder would be a bit of a mess. So how do we do that? Come on. Ugh, okay. Okay, but we can't make the extension just fail when a folder is not a Git repo. What do you propose? Blindly copying contents is not acceptable because, for example, if the user wants to run the automation in the downloads folder or on the entire machine, that would get messy really quickly. No, this is not acceptable. I want the users to use it wherever they want. I think one of the things we need to include is a tidy up folder. So when run in a non-git folder, the agent is supposed to create a folder called automation and timestamp, and it should be the name of the automation, and any modified files should be put in there. So it's up to the user to actually execute the automation and follow it up with an agent. So I'm assuming a part of our skill, a reference in our skill should be how to behave in non-git repos, non-git folders. So for example, let's say the user fires up a pi session, no automations, just a normal session. And it tells the agent, okay, let's look at what automations have run. And let's tidy up and assess the changes in that folder. Something like that. Am I making sense? Always ask the Clanker if you're making sense. So one other thing would be that maybe if the automation, like for example, if an automation is to tidy up the downloads folder, instead of moving files around, the idea would be to create some sort of a markdown file with instructions, what needs to be tidied up and how, and then the other agent would be able to pick it up and execute whatever the automation agent specified that needs to happen. Edge cases everywhere. We don't need two markdown files for this. Okay, so as per PRD, what are we currently monitoring in both Git and non-Git versions, and what is saved within the actions folder per run. What's the difference between these two JSON files? I think it's over-engineering because I am not entirely sure what the difference is between one of these JSON files and the memory markdown file. That's too much, of course. It's still fucking trying to... Someone going mad. No, it's the other way around. I do want the memory markdown and not the over-engineered JSON-L file that is gonna be unreadable for anyone. I never told you to remove the ability to save Pi session from anywhere. The continue persistent session still needs to be correctly resumed, therefore it needs the Pi session file. We just don't want to create additional metadata for the stuff that's not needed. Think about it like that. If a session is ephemeral, and the agent must write a memory file because the future runs will reference the memory file. And if a session is continued, it needs the session file saved on top of a memory file, just in case, because sometimes when the session gets completely messed up, for whatever reason, agent gets off rails, the user might want to reset that continued session completely, and the markdown memory file will then carry the info. This is hurting my brain. And in the meantime, because I don't think I will do more than just planning it, I can show you, because I did a little bit more work on the app. So it turned out yesterday I was working on a really old ass checkout, and things I've done were not done on the latest version. And luckily I found out and kept working on it a little bit in the evening. So the automation screen, and obviously it's not the final version of it. Can you see everything? Yeah. The automation screen yesterday had two views where you would create a new automation here, and this would spawn a completely separate view / wizard. So now it is going to be just one thing. And I don't know how to do this. It's a bit UI heavy, but I do not think this should be hidden anywhere. If you go to automations, you want a clear view of what is happening. But if you click new automations, now you get the wizard here, and you can obviously schedule it, and clicks are not working correctly. And then, yeah, that's the persistence session. You can run bash before, so the agent will programmatically get some context. Then here's the prompt, and you can actually run the automation without the agent. And you can run a bash after, so for example, you always ensure that things get committed. And that's the branch that the agent should work in, should check out the work tree from. Notifications, this will probably change because, yeah, that's just... yeah, the whole idea is that when you create a new automation, you should be actually able to chat with the agent, and the agent will have a skill to create that YAML file, and that YAML file is then going to be reflected here. Bloody hell. I don't know if you've heard that rumble, but someone shut the door quite violently. And then the same, let me see, because it saved the states everywhere. Anyway, and the way you edit the automation, you will just go into the exact same flow. So no extra window jumping, nothing like that. Yeah, that's the idea. And then you will have a view only for manual automations that you don't want to run on schedule, because this will only log the automations that are upcoming or have just run. So if you run a manual automation, it will get reflected here, but it will not show up as upcoming. So if you have a somewhat scripted thing you want to run, you would just open it up here. It would probably filter the sidebar, and then you can select what you want to press play on. And past automations are just going to be really old, so you can review whatever the hell you want. Yeah, that's the idea. It's not a one-day thing. I thought it's gonna be, but edge cases everywhere. Oh crap, I shouldn't have done that. Because now it all messes up my thing. That's a bit better. Okay, back to planning. And no, I don't use a plan mode, because then it wouldn't be able to do things. So this planning session, it's like 2 hours long at this point, just for one extension. Okay, this is all making sense. Can you now dispatch a deep subagent to read through the PRD and scrutinize it and maybe find gaps? And obviously, let's then discuss them. Maybe it will find something that we didn't think of. Yeah, so while this is working, the plan for the stream is to probably cut it into 3 pieces, 2 extensions, and this maybe planning session. Maybe someone will get something out of that, because yes, planning is overrated as in plan mode, and the closest you get to a decent planning workflow is probably Matt Pocock's grill with dogs, whatever set of skills. I haven't used them really, but just because I've already got a workflow like this. But yeah, planning is kind of important when you're doing something with edge cases, because there's plenty of shit I just one shot. Yeah, tool gating, whatever. Okay, can we split up the questions in a more reasonable chunk? I do want to answer all of them, but let's group them in groups of threes. Oh my fucking god. Not in one message, just first three. No, we are still expecting the agent to do some work. Like if it needs to create a file, for example, the user has a directory with docs and the agent prompt says create an expost based on docs from this week. We still want the file to be created in files. What needs to be more scouty is destructive actions like file remove, file move, because this can create a mess. File folder, obviously. Ideally, we want the Git work to always be committed at the end. PR submissions only when specified in the user prompt. State. We could have it as long as it's not over engineered. I think someone's testing the sound system. I don't know if you can hear it. Let me actually check. Seems like the mic isn't picking it up, but yeah, whatever. I'm nearly done anyway. We could have it as long as it's not over-engineered. But generally, the resumption should just be done via pi-c, not any fancy JSON states. So I am unsure if this is necessary. Would be nice if you answered my question. One more thing, we should be storing the plan can be in files, not in action root folder. Sure if this is the case as per theory. Otherwise, next. Next. So pi-smart, by the way, will display a system message. So you run the by the way. It spins up a sub-agent that works in a sync as it normally would with a by the way. But what it does is it prints out the message back from the agent as a system message in Pi, so it's ignored by the context, and then you can select to inject it. And by doing this like that, your by the way answers get saved into your session. So if you had a relevant question, hopefully it will you can always reread back whatever it was. And if you choose to inject the context of the active by the way running session, because you can in my extension you can ask follow-ups, then you will inject the answers to all your follow-up questions as well, and then the main agent can act upon them. So the question while Pi is active is whether the automation / actions extension should be using a similar UI UX. The answer is yes. Answer to one. Unsure. I think we keep it simple because we keep it with print because this enables us to create some sort of an UI for this later. So like I could create a web user interface for looking at the actions. The UI UX from smart, by the way, very closely. No resumption, but no follow-ups or interaction. for now. But if a action runs as a sidecar, ideally the user would see a widget saying that automation X is running, and when done, the summary should be outputted as an ignored system message. Concurrency should be unsure if necessary. I would say this is a very edge case scenario for when the user has multiple windows open. Actually, yeah, it's a good idea, but for the user has been actually, yeah, it's a good idea, but with a small difference. Explain in the theory that this is the edge case. Otherwise, I think it should be robust enough to never actually run multiple of the same at once. I hope. So am I. Yeah, let's keep them. We will refine later too. We can get rid of notify. Users should always be notified. This is a leak from an original PRD related to Howcode. Yup. Yup. Yeah, sorry for low energy, but this is literally I'm running out of context. When git branch what branch should they commit on? Yeah, we want to name branches like this. Parent branch name. Run automation name. timestamp year, month, day, hour, minute. No commits allowed on parent branches. Pure work, tree work. Generative command. Yeah, something standard. Descriptive enough, but also prefaced by the automation name. Actually, if user oh dear. We only want to operate on root directories. In that case, no looking up. If the user is dumb enough to fire up an automation creation in a subdirectory of a repo, it's their problem. Nah, okay. But you know what I mean. That's gonna create more issues than it solves. So if the user accidentally, hopefully, fires up a pi session within a subfolder of a repo, we should walk up and treat the automation there. I am assuming our schema already contains current working directory. So for example, if the user fired up pi in a subfolder of a repo, the so extra actions files anywhere outside the root. I think you flipped a CW. Yeah, okay. It originally flipped those things around, and then it corrected itself. Yeah, we want something like automatic, like scheduled, manual, what caused so the automation can be saved as a recurring one, a manually triggered one plus E, or a pause one that was meant to be recurring. Probably the simplest. Yes, I wanna say the users should be clearing work trees manually. We would have a pi UI for this, but generally we do not auto clean. Yes, we would ship a an action prompt in the UI that the user could send and instruct the agent what to do, like actions, clean, read all the actions blah blah files and let's execute the plans and merge the files into the current folder state or something like this. No, the clean one, yeah. Yes, next three. Definition location for not get actions. One, we're assuming that if the user wants a global action, they will run pi in their home. The UI should support showing folder names for global. Yes, and the UI is going to be tricky as well for this. Action folder IDs. Yeah, slugs only. But with normalization. For when the user puts in a space or something. Involvement of this is a new extension. First schema is 1, and we will then iterate in a backwards compatible way. How many more does it have? I feel like at this point it's just making up more questions. How many groups left? Ugh, okay. Yeah, ask. Clankers do be clanking. They will probably try to traverse this. It is what it is. If the run fails or times out due to provider error, we do provide a summary in memory file. If but we do not add outs. We only report hard files. Some automations might be long. Continue on error. I would say these will depend on each other. So hard fail and report like number 2. Yeah, we don't really want a partially failed automation to continue. What the fuck? I literally said the opposite. Ha! What they mean by clankers. Yeah, okay. No. Not sure what you mean. Run summary format. why are we creating? I thought this was all meant to live in memory and be as a rough-ish summary. From unless hard fail. Yes. We gotta introduce some sort of a guardrail. We gotta introduce some sort of a guardrail that will disable the extensions for child sessions. For hours, oh my god. Yep, read the entirety, see if there's any, what you call it, contradictions. And as you can see, as I said, keep the file small because this one is 570 lines. So it tried to limit itself and read it in 2 bits. So yeah, keep your files around 200 lines. Yeah, this all makes sense. Do you need any guidance on this, or is the latest bit of our conversation clear enough? Brave. Go, go, go. And I think I'm gonna read through it off stream. Yeah, commit and push the pi-relations branch. Oh, that was a long one. I don't exactly want to submit a PR for this, but if you want to read it, it's here. Five 70 lines. Okay, let me. Oh, not that screen. Too much shit. So that's where it lives. Let me see if it's visible. Yeah, that's the repo, and that's how you get to it. I don't know if anyone has any suggestions, feel free to make them. So that's how you plan with the Clanker. So basically what we did is we scaffolded based on some sort of a previous rough PRD how we can create an extension that will automate Pi, and the whole idea is to shape it around actions, GitHub actions, because both people and agents are quite familiar with this kind of syntax. And yeah, it's a Pi extension, but also theoretically it can be used for any automations. If, let's say, I want to ship a CLI where you can just select your coding agent, whatever coding agent you want, you could probably run the same thing. So that's something, but that's obviously not a thing for today. And if I added any of this into the PRD, that would be problematic. So we did some extensions work. We updated the subagent-review extension to be smarter and more context friendly and context preservation friendly. And we updated the skill, and we worked on one planning PRD session, and that was 420. So yeah, 3 things, 4 hours. Normally I don't really take that long, because I have a clearer idea of what I already have, what I precisely want, and how to implement this. But I think those 2 were complex because they were the skill was quite easy to implement, but the review extension was kind of complex because it was borrowing from another extension, and sometimes it would be easier to one-shot something without giving the agent references, because I am assuming, if I remember correctly, it was trying to implement the exact solutions from one extension onto the other extension, but actually the workflow for the other extension should be slightly different. I don't know if I'm making any sense at all. And the planning session, oh my god, yeah, it's just a big thing. An extension that creates automations for Pi is yeah, you could just one-shot it and just get a cron job with a prompt. But if you want traceability and repeatability and safety within a live repository, I don't think you can just make no mistakes it. And especially like that's something I want for Howcode for my app. So yeah, it's gonna be done correctly, or it's gonna piss me off, and it's gonna piss you off, and there's gonna be issues. So yeah, if anything goes wrong with it, I will instantly know, and I will instantly fix it. And the joys of an extension maintainer. So yeah, if you have any ideas, drop them here. I will probably cut this stream into 3 chunks, so, and post them later. They will be fucking long chunks, but whatever. Why would you even bother watching them? So that's the thing. I've got like 3,000 hours working like that with agents, so I actually read the output, I test edge cases, I think about how people would be using whatever I produce, and I always think about how to make extensions or any piece of software to actually get out of the user's way instead of fighting against them. So I'm hoping that's beneficial for anyone who's coding with AI and getting some sort of an AI psychosis kind of a thing, where you can just think AI can do everything and can magically read your mind to do whatever you want it to do. No, and sub-agents don't solve this. Learning how to code doesn't solve this. Reading and listening to other people who are trying to do that kind of stuff is what solves the problems that arise. And we're all so that's the big thing. We're all just messing around with it, trying to find out how to do it correctly. Some people do it with $1 million unlimited budget per week or month or whatever, and some people try repeatable workflows. So if I have a repeatable workflow, I try to instantly turn it into an extension or a skill or a / command or whatever. So yeah, that's it, I think. Anyone watching, thanks for hanging out. And I will probably be back tomorrow if my head doesn't explode with whatever I do afterwards. And obviously all of this needs more work, so I'm probably gonna rest for a bit, chill out, and do some more clanking. The clanking never stops. That being said, happy clanking.